But yeah, today I was gonna make a new character here and play a wizard. Because we have been playing Diablo, playing in quotation marks, Diablo 3 like a bit, and checked out the wizard there. So I just wanted to like see how this mod does those like Diablo 3 wizard abilities, honestly. I was also considering running this in the Dawn of Masteries mod instead, maybe. Because the class should be basically the same. I'm not sure if Dawn of Masteries has like the latest updates to like the Diablo classes though. That one I don't know. Honestly, it's like less about balance, it's more about me just seeing the abilities, how they work on this class. And Dawn of Masteries has Titan Quest mobs in the game. It's more about believability, yeah. So I think want to actually play maybe the Dawn of Masteries version of this. I'm not gonna like mess around with all the like weird like monster times 10 stuff that you can do in this mod as well. I mean, if you want to do that, feel free to, right? Sure, have fun with that. I'm not gonna be interested in that. I just want to like check out the class and check out the mobs that they have added here from the Dawn of Masteries. Rather from Titan Quest. Like there's stuff in this mod, right? Like summon this guy and then you can, you know, like crank up the difficulty or like the density rather at least. I don't want to like do anything like that. Brilliant. Inventory is massive. I think Dawn of Masteries inventory might be even fucking bigger than the D3 mod's inventory. It's honestly, I feel like it's
You're not looking at the bot.
Maybe even like too big. Yes, that might actually exist. An inventory that's too big. Welcome in Crab Turtle, welcome in Blender. Welcome in Wobbling Octopus, welcome guys. Contains starting items. Do I want that? What does it give me? The Wanderer's Crest. The Writ of Devil's Crossing. Wait, and that's it? And that doesn't even sound that OP, honestly. But yeah, no, we're not gonna like play Dawn of Masteries here, we just wanna like play the Diablo 3 classes and that's it. And I wanna play a... Yeah, I'm not gonna like check out all these other classes here that might be cool as well. I mean, maybe I should at some point though, like... As far as I know though, the balance... Like look at this for example, there's an Elder Salamander in here. This one's from Titan Quest, right? Or is it not? I don't actually know. Ah, okay. Some of them might have like terrible death animations, as we can tell. So, what was I gonna check out? Dude, there's so many classes here, holy shit. Frost Knights, Voidcaller, Warden, Stalker, Paragon, Nosferatu, Mercenary, Maleficar, Mage, Grovekeeper. Dude, I'm kind of like tempted to check out these other classes as well. Now, but we want to check out, what was it? Just the D3 wizard, right? That's what I wanted to check out. I wanted to like, for example, see how something like Arcane Orb feels like. Yeah, this is Dawn of Masteries. Yo, welcome in. Good morning, noon, afternoon maybe. Okay, I think I wanna... I mean, this is like Pinetti's obviously, but let's check out the other ability here. This is like Star Wars, right? I don't know what's wrong with the death animations there. But other than that, like, the models look pretty cool, actually. Something seems a little off here in this mod. With those animations. Can you ask me a Grim Dawn question? I mean, we're literally playing Grim Dawn right here, so sure. Of course you can. Alright, what do we have here? Footpaths of the void, that's whatever. Yeah, I was lurking actually, like every now and then when you're streaming your... Oh, these guys as well. Okay, okay. These just disappear. I don't know why, like, death animations seem buggy with these mobs. I wonder. You can make them work somehow. Disability scaling of lightning damage, right? We're gonna get Heaven's Greatsword. But the maps, like the mobs themselves, rather, they look pretty cool, actually. But yeah, I saw your, what is it called, like Black Wizard, something like that. And like a cold damage Black Wizard, right? Some like cold scythe, I guess. That's what you were playing. Okay, so we have the Force Wave, we have the Arcane Orb, and down here we have a Frost Nova. Alright. We need at least a fart sound if they just disappear, yeah. We got like explosion, right? Some fart explosion. It's a bit weird like that. So you're a level 61 warder, just reached field command and warcry. Should I keep pushing the mastery or just start maxing them or other skills passes? I assume you have your Shaman tree maxed and you have like Promise Strike maxed and you have the Shaman exclusive maxed and you have 12 points in the second skill of Wood Devil and you probably have Oak Skin also maxed, right? And like a 1 pointer into when you go to them and the 1 pointer into its like modifier. I mean, Warcry is a mainly defensive debuff for that build, right? So whenever you feel squishy, I mean, just feel free to like... I feel like Warcry is an ability, you either max it or you just don't even bother with it. Unless you have like insane plus skills to Soldier. Like low level Warcry is kinda whatever, I feel like. You either want it like high or you don't want to like even bother with it at all. The skill is called Electrocute. Right, that's what just like deals main hand damage and lightning damage. And I guess in proper Diablo 2 fashion, you just want a big two-hander early because of the weapon damage, right? So yeah, they got that right, I guess. You could 1 point Warcry for 30 points and Terrify. Unless you have Elemental Storm or Raise the Dead, then Terrify is also useless. Oh yeah, Warcry, Dawn of Masteries also has like different animations for like these entrances now, right? I don't know, do you like them more, do you like them less? Let me know. Look pretty cool though. Electrocute skill doesn't deal electrocute damage, SMH my head. Yeah, kinda weird, isn't it? You need Chain Lightning to deal electrocute damage. But you need electrocute to deal lightning damage. Huh. Seems weird, right? Field command, however, you can always, you should always get. At the point where you're at right now, I would say usually at that point, like 1 point is enough for now, and you want to like get some more points later. Because you rather want to get more points into the secondary of field command, the one that like gives you attack speed as well. And you rather want to maybe like max out some passives like Decorated Soldier for elemental and slow resistance, or you want to max out Scars of Battle for... Oh, these are all like fighting shrines now in the Dawn of Masteries? Alright, I mean, I don't mind. Or you want to max out Scars of Battle for the armor absorption and this other stuff as well. What's it called? Like bleeding resistance and so on. And stun resistance. Was that in D3? Yeah, actually it was in D3 as well. It literally worked the same way, I think. Also, the Dawn of Masteries mod has now staves and spears from Titan Quest, which kind of keen to like see how they made the default attack animation for this work, because they have also added the animations from Titan Quest for these weapons, as you can see. The idle animation, at least, is from Titan Quest. It doesn't seem to be holding the staff properly, though. I mean, it looks fine when you're walking. This one is scuffed. This one is okay, I guess? I don't know. They also have the Season 3 items? Yeah, they do. And then default attack is like this, which I guess is fine. Like, this looks fine. But yeah, this animation is kind of scuffed, I don't know. Unfortunate, unfortunate. Oh, this works like in D3 as well. This is actually pretty cool, not gonna lie. That is actually cool, though. Pepeg. Yo, Captain QC, welcome on, welcome on. Should we check out the build right away? I mean, I guess, might as well. Okay. So this is a Vitality Drain Essence cast, right? You have Drain Essence maxed out, Anger and Reach, and Decomposition pretty high as well. Decomposition is like the important part, right? If you look at the stats, like the flat damage, Drain Essence literally deals less damage than Decomposition, right? So you want this maxed. That's like your actual damage. I mean, both are damage, of course, but yeah. You mix the D3 Wizard with a D2 Stork. Nice. Then you got Siphon Souls with -1 second recharge. Sure. Oak of Torment, at least 6 points. I'd probably play like this, 14 points here and 6 here instead. That should be generally better. 10, 10, 1 max, soft and hard cap here. I mean, oh yeah, I mean, skill allocation generally looks fine to me. You got the Vulture and you have 18 red. What for? You're playing a Vitality build and you don't have Ratosh. That is criminal. You wanted a 0 DPS build, yeah. I mean, you have achieved that goal because you didn't take your mandatory devotion. Whenever you're playing any Vitality build, right? Or like theorycrafting, at least, like any Vitality build. This is the first thing you pick, right? Everything else is secondary to Ratosh. This is literally the most important one. Now, Vitality wants to pick, what's it called? Wendigo, especially when you're like either casting or attack speed based, which this build pretty much is. Then you might wanna, and you need 6 green, 10 green and 6 red, yellow and red, right? 8 red, 6 green, 6 yellow, 10 green, 15 blue. That's what you need, right? On a build like this, I would probably try to fit turtle. And then you want the leech here is useless though, right? I mean, you either want scales or revenant, right? Either or. You want a jackal. You probably don't need ghoul because you should have enough leech on this ability, right? I mean, it's actually only 10%. What the fuck? No, it's more, right? It's 18%. That's still not like that high, I feel like. You get another like 24% weapon damage and another 8% leech though from gear. So you have 26 and then 24% of your global leech, which is like 29. So like a quarter of that, it's like, I don't know, 8 or 7 rather. So you got around 33%. So that's alright, I guess. It's not too bad. It still has 0 leech because 0 damage. Well, that might be another story. Honestly, then Revenant isn't even that bad. Like, if you have... Well, you want the attacks, I mean the casting speed rather from this anyway, and... You do have at least some weapon damage, so like the leech node isn't useless. Not bad then. And you want Spider, right, because of the green, because you want the attack speed, I mean the casting speed. Now you just need like something for yellow and blue, something like Panther for example would be perfect. And those are basically your devotions that you want to run. Now you could play a two-hander like Crab Turtle was suggesting and then play Kraken instead of Viper, right? Or otherwise play Watcher instead of Panther. Okay, what does the shield give you? The shield gives you 2 meteor target area to drain essence, and that's it, right? The gun gives you nothing. Wait, isn't there like another item that has like vitality resistance reduction at least? Some kind of caster weapon. Gun gives 100% conversion with other gear, Aether to Wit. Right, you don't have Aether to Wit on the on the skill itself, right? You got Aether to Wit on shoulders and helmet. And then the remaining Aether to Wit you have from the gun here. Right. Is there another way to get like more Aether to Wit then? Okay, so currently you have like 10k vitality damage. 24% of that, right? I mean, yeah, obviously that's like 2.4k. So you get 2.4k weapon damage there. And the Aether damage is 210. Right now it's fully converted. So it's just like times 250. There's no percent Aether on the skill tree, right? That's funny. 250 and the Spirit, which is 250. So it's times 26. 5.4. Okay. So, half of that... Holy shit, I'm sorry guys, I'm tired. Half of that is like the same as your weapon damage, right? With this setup. Now if you play the Wild Blood, as Cram Turtle was suggesting, so why is it only 181% constant speed? Did you have more before? Maybe you had more with your devotions? No, it's the same. Okay, Wild Blood Crusher. Wild Blood Crusher actually has constant speed, you know? It's kind of funny. More constant speed like this and with Kraken on top. No, skill point wise, it's gonna be a bit scuffed here though. You're like missing +1 necro basically now. That sucks. However, yo, Mega Pokemon. Okay, so what did you lose? You lose... You lose this. You lose like 2% crit. And then you lose, what is this? 30 damage basically. So you lost this times 26, right? You lost like 3.9k damage, right? This is what you lose. Okay, what do you gain? First of all, you have more percent vitality damage, right? Instead of 2.5 total, you will have 2.750 total. Which... I mean, obviously like boosts this crap, right? And then you will get 24% of this, right? 14 plus 27 divided by 2 divided by 4 is like 5k. Before we had like half of that. So you lose like 3.9k. You gain like 2.5k. This one is 2RR via Devouring Swarm and gives you +2 Renaissance, also more constant speed. Okay, you lose the proc though, right? You lose a 10% proc. This one gives you Decomposition. I mean, it's one more than that. And then this metal does what? Crit damage. And also decomp. You don't need the 3 decomp points, right? You don't actually need those. Just 8th of it too. Oh yeah, that's nice actually. I mean, you don't have to change the metal. Right, metal can stay, I think. No idea metal uses without the gun anyway. What? Why? No. It's actually still okay. You don't have to change the metal. The metal is fine. But the chest, I agree with, right? You want this chest. This chest is really actually better. And if you get like a formidable prefix, you still have the same Fizz and higher base armor. And the ring. I don't know if the ring is actually worth it though. The chest for sure, I can get behind the chest. Carbon plating, right? There it is. Carbon plating gives you like one more point here. Which is huge. Losing this 1 point. I feel like it's not even that important. Like, what does it even do? It's whatever, right? Is it more, like, is it stronger to get 1 point there compared to like 10% RR? On the curse? You might have an energy problem now, though. Maybe not. Oh, but you also get like life leech resistance reduction to Devouring Swarm. That's huge. It's actually really good as well. You lost some crit though, right? Yeah, like, I mean, 1%. I mean, I like it actually. I kinda like this. This crusher. Guys, is it time to like finally open this Red Bull? Dude, I'm so fucking tired today. What the fuck? Maybe it is. Might be time for it later today. Alright, let's play the game though. Let's play the game. Ah, the sound effect on this one is the same. It's kind of weak. Come on, Grammar, you can do better than that. Doesn't it have like more like an exploding sound in D3? Right, I'm gonna check this out in respec. If I can
That I need
sustain
some
the
time.
energy. Also, yo, these tapes have CDR.
Greetings.
It's pretty crazy, actually.
Safe journey. I sense turmoil within you.
Yo, Megami, welcome on, welcome on. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on, raiders. Welcome, welcome.
Ah, we speak at last.
Max and Slash, welcome on. Thanks for the follow.
Welcome.
Okay, let's see how much my energy is gonna cry here. Well, it's crying, but at least it's also killing stuff. And this... okay, this can also destroy loot orbs. Very nice, very nice. Oh, look at this. This is a error in the text file as well. But that's fine. These actually have proper death animations, right? These Ichithians, whatever they're called. Yeah, they actually die, you know. They die properly. This guy's also holding the staff properly. I feel like he's trying to cast something. Right, they're like trying to cast stuff, but nothing is happening. Yeah, these mobs might be a bit buggy still, I don't know. What are they doing? Would you like to guide on how and what to farm for endgame? Really pushed you to try hardcore for the first time in Dawn? Nice, nice. Glad you enjoyed it. Also welcome in Naomi. Why not Monk RF build? I don't know, maybe next year or next stream. Those are slip close cousin, the Slorths. Yeah, pretty much. It makes sense to like put them here thematically, you know, like as another like type of slip. That certainly makes sense. But they need to like still fix their animations or like fix their skills as well. I have spent like yesterday trying to import Titan Quest models and so on myself. And one of the main reasons why I want to check out this mod, like this mod is also because of the, well, not only because of the class, but also because of the like Titan Quest mobs that they're using here. To see like if they have basically done a better job than me at like importing these mobs. But it seems like they have actually like made some models at least visible and somewhat work in the game that I wasn't able to make work, but on the other hand, they're still like either missing skills and skill effects, or yeah, I don't know. Or like death animations, for example. Inventory is so big, yeah, it's ginormous. This one was really ginormous indeed. Basilisks and rotting croplands have huge hitboxes. Yeah, the thing is, there's a tool. Like when you extract the Titan Quest files and like want to put them into Grim Dawn, I mean, what these guys did as well. You have to convert all the like mesh files, like all the models, to like be readable by the Grim Dawn engine. Because while Grim Dawn engine is basically like Titan Quest 2.0 engine, it's still like sometimes actually different. It's not really like exactly the same engine, like definitely not. And yeah, it's funny, like seeing how many bugs these mobs have, even though they're just like ported over. And you would think that's like an easy thing to do, but nah, you kind of have to like literally look at every single file that you have ported over, like after converting them automatically, and still have to like, you know, fix some issues here and there. Also, the skill needs way too much energy, are you kidding me? They bug out in the hive? Yeah, I should be able to like play into Act 3 today. If I'm like... Okay, this skill, right, it's cool. It also like looks cool, it feels cool in Diablo 3. But honestly, it's just eating my energy and not dealing enough damage right now. So we're gonna switch out to... I think back to Electrocute. That one seemed better. Also, there is a spear here. Now, in Titan Quest you can use spears as a one-handed item, and same here. Now, they have to have pop-it over animations as well. And again, the problem is the attachment point doesn't quite line up, right? As you can see here, right? You can play a spear, but the attachment points don't quite line up, unfortunately. I mean, it's cool that they like modded them over, but the attachment point would need to be like refitted, would have to be refitted for every single spear item, I feel like.
Stay strong.
I mean, it's not like a big problem, but it is still like tons of work, because you have to basically tell the... Wait, but like with the walking animation, it's fine, right? It's only when she's raising the hand. That's weird. The guns are the same way. And you can also like see Titan Quest in all its glory, like look at this footwork. Yeah, I mean it's understandable why like Crate also said like... I mean okay, for Crate, they aren't like legally allowed to, you know, use Titan Quest's assets or animations in any way. So they would have to like make new animations anyway. But also, I mean... you wouldn't want to like use these anyway, right? They don't really like line up that well. But it's cool to see. It's cool to see. Season 5 when? Match? This year, I can tell you that. Definitely this year. Should be like in the first half of this year as well, hopefully. Season 4 June, killing Diablo 4 in Arrival? Hell yeah. D4 is nothing on Season 5 Grim Dawn, of course. Alright, the skill is just like a bazillion times better than the other one. Not even close. At least right now for this level, like you don't want to play Arcane Orb, you just want to play Electrocute. Will I pay fucking $90? I still haven't decided. I haven't pre-ordered anything yet, obviously. One season per year is fine for you. I kinda ideally want like 2 seasons per year for Grim Dawn, to be honest. Like 3 seasons are absolutely unrealistic. But I think like 2 seasons would be cool. The thing is, if you pre-order, right? If you pre-order, then you might as well pre-order the $90 version, not the $70 version. Like, why would you do the $70 version when like the $90 version has you like be able to play earlier, right? The last $10, like for the $100 version, I mean, what the fuck does it even do? It's just like, I don't know. I don't understand that one. Season 4 was a blast for you. Wait, was that actually your first time playing Grim Dawn? Nice. Do we get magic weapon? You tried it before, never finished to 100 though? Nice. That is good to hear. Steal steal animation from Titan Quest for the season. Have Crate make the season official. Take this, lawyers. Easy. And then Crate can always say, but it's a community project, you have nothing to do with it, right? We just made it official, but it's not like actually official. Right. Stone-faced Julius of Readiness. That is a good medal for this build. I can tell you that. I think season 3 version of these... Like, this mod has still, like, the old Season 3 versions of the items. So they're... Like, these medals, I think, are even more OP than they were in Season 4. When is coming out? When is what coming out? Season 4... Season 5 or Diablo 4? Or... Would you pay $90 for Season 5? Pre-order Season 5? Imagine. Yeah, D4 is on the 6th of June. I mean, actually D4 is on the 2nd of June, right? It's just like people who only paid $70 or $90, they can only play 4 days later. The actual release is on 2nd of June. Yeah, it really does. Like, if you're not gonna stream Diablo 4, like, there's no season going on anyway, right? I mean, you could argue, like, pre-season is, like, Season 0, right? Like, on the 2nd of June, like, Season 0 starts. Now, if you play for fun, you just wait for a sale, honestly. Or, like, you, get, like, a key on some other website, maybe. You know? FOMO is a big thing, yeah, and Blizzard is abusing it to the max. Especially with like social media and Reddit and etc, right? Like it's even more important for people in general, I feel like, to play a game on release. Like all the spoilers literally everywhere, right? It's crazy, like it's just getting worse and worse, right? Either you play day one or you don't play at all. I mean, yeah, that's literally what FOMO is, pretty much. But also, that's how Blizzard wins. And as like a streamer, it's even crazier, right? Like if you don't stream D4 day one, like, I mean, it might not matter, right? It might not matter. But it might also very much matter. Like it's kind of hard to say like how many follows and subs and future like consistent viewers you lose by not streaming day one compared to like not streaming day one. I don't know. Releasing all the content on YouTube at midnight as it releases from the ones that got early access. Yeah, the ones with like early access as well. I mean, that's another thing, like with pre-order, right? You get to like play beta. And thus, you can like do more content in advance for your YouTube. Yeah, I mean, pre-ordering is basically like free stress testing for Blizzard, right? Like, imagine having to like stress test yourself. Or like, imagine having to like pay people that like test the game and stress test the game for you. Nah, you just make it pre-orderable and then like run a beta, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not everybody, but yeah, once you've found like a stream and you somewhat like the guy streaming, you're not gonna like click on another stream until like the guy like stops streaming, or if like the build that he's starting to play is like not your kind of jam. RMT dogs and trade cocks, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna be interested in any of that, probably, but still, I mean, there might be like viewers that like want to watch your stream even though you're not like doing RMT or stuff like that yourself, but they wanna like start day one as well, and then they need like a stream to watch on a second monitor maybe. Yep. No, I mean, as like a content creator, it is a big fucking deal, and I mean, Blizzard also knows that. They can also like partially take advantage of the content creators. Like, they basically know that like all content creators are gonna pay at least 90 if not $100 for D4. Like, that's just like a given. Like, they don't even have a choice, right? Like, if you wanna do D4 content, then you have to pay at least $90. That's just what it is. You were looking at viewer numbers from PoE streamers. When a certain guy only was on 10 minutes before on launch, he had like 50% less viewers than before. Because he wasn't there like half an hour before launch.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Does Lightning Skill build only for Diablo mod? Yeah, you can play this in the Dawn of Masteries mod or in the Diablo 3 mod. This is the wizard class from Diablo 3. And one of the wizard skills is this electrocute skill that I'm using right now. There is a somewhat similar skill in... Actually, this feels so much smoother than... Dude, what kind of template is this skill? This is so much smoother than Chain Lightning, right? Because Chain Lightning, you have to actually like click on the enemy. This one, you don't even have to click on the enemy. If your cursor's like close to the enemy somewhere, right? Like, it just like auto targets to the enemy. This is so much easier to play. Also got some Dragonians from Titan Quest in here. Like, this is so much easier to play. You don't even have to like aim, right? You can like press here, and it Chain Lightning's over there. So OP, dude. What the hell? Yeah, like it's actually well made. Like, actually, like, you know, easier to play and really good. Yeah. Like, Base Grim Dawn doesn't have that.
Move along now.
Base Grim Dawn only has Chain Lightning from the component. And Chain Lightning from the component is like, you literally have to click on the enemy, otherwise the character is not gonna cast it ever. Right, which can in some situations be quite clunky, to be honest. Yeah, the spear situation is a bit unfortunate. Oh well. That one is a bit unfortunate. Yo, Hank the Tank, welcome on, welcome on. Yeah, I don't know why they weren't able to like make a skill like this. This is so cool, actually. I'm gonna yoink this for sure, dude. I'm gonna fucking yoink this. I don't know like how or like what for I'm gonna yoink it, but I'm gonna yoink it, that's for sure. Shameless yoink, yep. Sometimes you want to go fast and just click, but your mouse isn't directly on the target, so nothing happens. Yeah, that's also literally the reason why I've always refused to use chain lightning on pretty much any build. It's terrible in my opinion, like I hate it. Is the D3 any different from Dawn of Masteries, or is only Diablo 3 classes added and nothing else? I'm actually right now playing the Dawn of Masteries version. I am playing Dawn of Masteries. But I'm playing like only the Diablo 3 stuff in the Dawn of Masteries mod. I'm playing the the Dawn of Masteries version because I wanted to see like the Titan Quest mobs on top. The Diablo 3 mod itself only adds Diablo 3 classes and adds Diablo 3 items. However, I would argue that like out of all of the classes that Dawn of Masteries has to offer, the Diablo 3 classes are the most like well made, and the gear and everything is like the most balanced out of all the classes. And the skills like look really cool as well. So it's like the best one, but yeah. The Diablo 3 mod itself only adds the classes and the gear, like the itemization for Diablo 3 classes, and all of its combinations, of course. It also adds some bosses from Diablo 3 to the Shattered Realm, though. But the issue there, in my opinion, is that, well, it's only like high Shattered Realm. So you have to like grind through Shattered Realm first, and there's no like dedicated Diablo 3 dungeon or something like that. So by the time your character is like strong enough to like enter Shattered Realm and like grind Shattered Realm, which is already like kind of boring. I don't know, you might just be like bored from your character already, like play another character instead. Not sure how many people are actually like gonna fight Diablo and so on. But Diablo, Tyrael, Asmodan I think as well, and a couple others, I think like up to 10 bosses, maybe even like from Diablo 3 are in this Diablo 3 mod as well. You just have to like get there, right? I mean, just get there, I guess, I don't know. Just get there, lol. Who is stronger in Diablo 3 lore? Imperius or Inarius? I have honestly no idea. No clue. No clue whatsoever. Plus the magic weapon? Yo, that's actually sick. I mean, whatever. It's blue. I mean, green. There's like a... It was the Soul's Touch. Oh, right, that one. There's always this Storm Totem Shaman over here. Maybe he's gonna drop his offhand. That should give like some really nice lightning damage boost, hopefully. I'm playing only a wizard right now, and I'm playing pretty much only Electrocute. This is this like lightning arc ability right here, which deals like flat lightning damage and some like weapon damage from your weapon. And he didn't drop it. Ready? What the fuck? No drop. It's so mana hungry. It's actually alright. I mean, I tried freaking Arcane Orb. Arcane Orb is like needs twice as much mana and doesn't even like deal that much more like damage. Like maybe a little bit, but this one seems like way more efficient like for early levels. You could also play Magic Missile, of course. Magic Missile is kind of like Penettis basically. But I mean, that doesn't really like seem like something cool and new mechanically, so yeah. Where can you download the mod? Diablo 3 mod you can download over here. This one has the Diablo 3 classes and the Diablo 3 items. The one I'm playing right now is the Dawn of Masteries version though. Like just Google like, I don't know, Grim Dawn and then Dawn of Masteries, right? This is how it's written. The Dawn of Masteries has like even more stuff. It's kind of, in my opinion, like too much, and the balance is kind of not that good compared to the D3 mod. The D3 classes at least are still somewhat balanced. Not perfect either, but certainly better than all the others, I feel like. But yeah. If you wanna go crazy, then you can also check out the Dawn of Masteries mod. If you don't care about balance and just care about, like... I mean, there's just so many classes you have, right, in Dawn of Masteries. Like, pick your poison and go crazy. It's too much for me, to be honest, but... Too many for me, like, balance is just completely out the door. Some of these masteries... might be, like, really, really... terrible balance-wise, or maybe even like visual-wise. The Diablo 3 classes are well made. Diablo 2 classes are, in my opinion, also pretty well made. Maybe not quite as good as the D3 ones, but also like still really, really good. Yeah, these, I don't know, might be good too. I think most of these other classes are more like trying to, you know, push the boundaries of like what's possible mechanically in Grim Dawn. They don't like bother with balance too much, it's just about like, you know, showing off what you can do in this engine. Which is also cool. It's like one of the reasons why I'm also like playing this right now, like... You think like an arc attack is not possible in Grim Dawn? Well, it is. You can definitely make it better than how Crate did it with the... like lightning tether? No, what is it called? I forgot. Yo, Zaply, welcome in. You're not playing a filthy pet build here, what the fuck? Duties of binding. That is a fucking pet suffix though. Monka. Also, if you're only interested in the Diablo 3 classes, and not just other stuff, then the Diablo 3 mod has actually like a fresher, better update for those Diablo 3 classes than the Dawn of Masteries mod. Dawn of Mastery mod, I think, currently lags a bit behind. It's like 1 or 2 patches behind the actual D3 mod. You don't like any of the skills from Arcanus and Grim Dawn, only the Meteor, Sedge. Can we ban Zeppeli? I mean, you can always ban Zeppeli, right? If anything goes wrong anywhere, just ban, blame and ban Zeppeli, right? I mean, easy. Zeppeli ban. It's time. It's time for Zeppeli ban. So many masteries? Oh, it will definitely collide. Like, I'm pretty sure you will. Sorry. Find like a copy of one skill from one mastery and another one just like maybe like has a different damage type, but it's pretty much a copy of the other class. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be like, I mean, there's like literally 3 necromancers already from like Grim Dawn Necromancer, Diablo 2, Diablo 3 Necromancer, right? So there's quite some like skeleton overlap there already. That's for sure. Overseer's Eye of the Void. Why is it not Alpha Lightning? It doesn't matter, I guess. It's already better anyway. Okay. Is Grim Dawn my favorite post-apocalyptic game? I mean, if you want to categorize Grim Dawn as a post-apocalyptic game, I guess it is, because I don't really like play those that much anyway. Add this, people run. Wait, do I not have people run? Oh. Does Alkaiser run? Alk run? Oh. The best post-apocalyptic game is Fantasy World Dizzy. What the fuck is that even? Force Wave. Wave of Force. Pog you. Why do I need more physique? I mean, I guess because I'm a wizard. I am a wizard. Alright, exclusive skill, Ice Armor. Surround yourself in an aura of ice crowns, blah 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 blah. Right, okay, let's just use it. Right, this one got a new effect, I think, in the new patch as well. This is old patch. This one looks worse than I remember. You wonder how Barb is? It is very mobile, that's for sure. Has a charge and a leap and a whirlwind. The channeling purple thing? Do you mean like the disintegration thing? I mean, there's a Ray of Frost, that's for sure. I don't think it actually has a disintegration thing. Yeah, that's true. Like in D3 you have Ray of Frost, which doesn't pierce, and then you have Disintegration, I think it's called, which does pierce, right? Which is like Aether Ray. Disintegrate, maybe, yeah. Does that exist in this as well? Or did he not bother because he just made Ray of Frost and it's like the same thing? He might have not been bothering with this integrate because... yeah, the Ray of Frost is pretty much the same. Is there Witch Doctor too? Of course there is. Witch Doctor with the zombie dogs, fire bats, corpse spiders. I think it's actually missing the frogs though. Which are honestly one of the coolest thing about those piranhas. But I think it's missing the frogs. Wizard should also have a teleport wherever it is. Yeah, here's teleport. Actually surprisingly deep in the tree. Why is it so deep into the tree? Like frickin' Barb has like charge and leap at like level 10 or something like that. Like both of them. And this is 32 points then. Time for me to go Necro Witch Doctor for second class. I mean, you can do that in your character. If you want. Can you pick second class? Of course you can. It's Grim Dawn, right? It's still a Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn mechanics, so yeah, you can pick two classes. You can play Pets and Wizard. Yeah, I can think about that and then decide to rather just play a Wizard without Pets. And instead of playing Pets, I could also like ban Usably. I think that like works just as well, or even better. Do a Crusader and dual wield two-handers? I'm not sure if you actually can like dual wield two-handers. Because the passive, at least in this game, the passive to like one-handed two-hander requires a shield. Why no pets? What the fuck? Fuck pets. They're too OP. Wait, I don't have what the fuck? Wait, there's a Olaf Scholz what the fuck emote on Twitch. Wait, what? Look at this. Where is it? It's actually pretty good, right? Dude, I have like 50 points, 50 like plus skills to Force Wave, man. Should probably play Force Wave. It always comes back, comes down to force wave. This animation is weird. What is that inventory? It's big. It certainly is big. I feel like it's too big even. Like, not even kidding. Is it more or less than 5 bags? Oh, you have 5 bags here, and I feel like 1 bag is already like as much as like 5 vanilla bags. You can be D2 Necro and D3 Necro? Yeah. You can be a Grimtools Necro and a D2 Necro and a D3 Necro. I mean, two out of the 3, of course. But yeah, you can be all of that if you want. Okay, let's play Force Wave, right? Are you guys hyped for Force Wave? Bad chest, dude, bad chest. Okay. So I am disappointed that the character doesn't jump into the sky like in D3, right? When you press Force Wave. But other than that, it's pretty much like Wave of Force and D3 as well. Like AoE, right? And you can spam it, of course, without this transmitter. This transmitter just makes it deal more damage and have like a chance of knockdown. And I mean, I wanna rather like, you know, spam this than that, I think. I could like try spamming it though, like, I mean, why not, right? We're like trying out skills here, let's try that. Well, you can be a necromancer, yeah, pretty much. If you guys ever wanted to be like necromancers, then here's your chance to become exactly that. You can also like, you know, gather sapphires and rubies and all that bullshit that you can in Diablo games as well. Have fun with that. Oh, look at this, more Force Wave. This inventory in Season 5? No. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Iron well spent. Come see what's left of my wares.
Energy armor, what is energy armor? Oh, this one? Just carry here all items in the game in the bags, yeah. I don't know about that.
What do you...
I don't know about that. You can buy merits in Devil's Crossing.
What's left of my wares.
Keck W.
See you around.
Let me clear your mind of regrets.
Alright, let's check out Force Wave. How it feels like when you fully max it out and don't play cooldown.
I sense turmoil within you.
This is just dot, so we don't care about it too much. I probably want points in skill energy cost reduction, at least 1, right? At the very least 1. Could also like try 1 point in diamond skin, which, well, gives you 50% damage absorption and makes you glow like a Christmas tree. Yep. I don't think we quite have the energy for the skill, do we? What the fuck, dude?
Let me clear your mind of regrets. Stay strong.
Okay, fuck that. Okay, you can do Ray of Frost at least. It's not quite the same as this integrate, but it's something. I wanna see Wait, while casting Ray of Frost, you're surrounded by a freezing storm that slows foes and deals cold damage to all enemies around you. Enemies in the storm can miss melee attacks and may be frozen for 2 seconds. So it gives you like chance on hits. Glowing is the main part, the rest is just a sound effect. Yeah, it's all about glowing. Dude, this is huge, what the fuck? Wait, what? Why is it so big? Can you sustain that? I mean, it's better sustained than Boss Wave, honestly. Wait, but it doesn't pierce, right? Or does it? No, it actually doesn't pierce. That's like old Aether Ray.
The captain send you over? Well, since I did.
119.5 energy per second. Yeah. Just clear the screen with a proc. Oh, this also like needs more per point. Yeah, I don't know, man. Cold blood, black ice. Enemies hit by Ray of Frost leave a patch of ice on the ground that lasts for 4 seconds, dealing cold and frostburn damage to foes moving through it. Okay, so what it doesn't pierce, you get like some pretty cool like AoE here, I guess. I mean, it's still cool, honestly. I like it. I like it.
Stay strong.
On the other hand, I feel like right now, literally nothing. Wait, this is 30 damage. This is like... Is this more damage? Maybe, I don't know. After striking enemies with Arcane Orb, you create 4 orbital projectiles that explode and hit, dealing relevant damage with a chance of knocking back enemies at 1.5 seconds. Up to 8 orbs can be active at a time. Gain crit damage. 20% chance to deal more damage. That's DR, damage reduction. Reduced by 40% multiplicatively. It's pretty high, actually. And I know that... Shit.
What's what I...
This is actually not the same template as OFF, right? It is Keller's Keller's Tempest's template, so it actually will work even if you don't freeze the enemy. It's pretty cool. Monk RF reskills never too late. Dude, why Monk RF? Monk doesn't even have like... I mean, it does have an RF like ability, but... The cold winds, right? Whatever they call it again. Monk is the only one with an aura ability. And you could also max out like Snow Blast, right? It's basically an aura as well. Like, you play Monk and you play Snow Blast and you like channel your Frost Ray while like having 2 auras. I don't know. Monk actually has 2 auras as well, right? It has the cold aura and it has the elemental resistance reduction thing, which when you max it out also gives you like, I think, a fire damage aura, right? So what does it do? This is actually kind of cool though. Ice armor also gets an aura at level 12. Right. That is also correct. Does Dawn of Masteries add items for every single one of these skills as well? For the Diablo 3, I mean, generally yes. I don't know how good the gear support is for the other classes. I know the gear support for the Diablo 3 classes is very good. Like, almost as good as like base Chrome Dawn classes. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same, but almost as good, yeah. I mean, the D2 mod has also like good item support for Diablo 2 classes, right? The other classes, I have no idea. I mean, there has to be like some support somewhere, somehow. Does this guy actually like wield a spear? It's funny. Wait, didn't I get an earth rune? Oh yeah, over here. Earth rune. +1 all skills in earth mastery. Right, this is like the cringe itemization, right? You have like +1 all skills in a component, like what the fuck? That's just like balance out the door. Just don't use it if you don't like it. Yeah. That's pretty much what I'm gonna do here. Is this gonna be a lightning caster, guys, or a cold caster? Or maybe even fire. Or maybe elemental. Maybe just elemental. I feel like it's mostly cold and lightning though, this class. I mean, the arcane orb is also like elemental. And what had resistance reduction again? It was the Hydra, right? But that's not minus. This class had like no RR at all, or where was it? Was Wizard the one that didn't have any? Ray of Terror has it too, but it's like a really rare drop. You don't find it level 17 in Act 1. This is from the Titan Quest mod, I guess. I mean, yeah, Dawn of Mastery is not a balanced mod in any way. As I've mentioned like multiple times, it's just there to like, you know, have you see stuff and like check out stuff. You have to basically like balance it yourself by either like choosing to use or not to use certain abilities, I feel like, or like components. This guy was actually like, using a spear, it's kind of funny. Hasta la vista. Aha. This inventory up here is kind of irritating, honestly. Like, why is it up here? You hate the big inventory? I don't mind like big stash. I think that's good. But like big personal bag inventory, I feel like it's unnecessary. Like you don't need it. It's just unnecessary. It's like unnecessary clutter. The like stash I can understand though. Takes up so much of the screen as well? Yeah. I mean, I have a big screen. Like, imagine having a smaller screen or like lower resolution. Like, is this even gonna fit? I have no idea. Oh. Boosts of haste? Yes, please. Boosts of the Zoom. I'm a walking storm totem. Kind of, yeah. Dude, this lightning arc template is so good though. Holy shit. Feels good. Feels out of energy, man. But other than that, it actually also like feels good. Dude, all the skills in this class need so much fucking energy. It's a mage, but still.
I've been expecting you. When I'm done with you, I will crush your friends at Devil's Crossing. Now, I will demonstrate my true power!
No, I got hit by the wave. Fuck. Oh, well. Warped of the Aether, that's not gonna be good enough. We got a Dreadlords of... who is it? Dreadlords of Attack. Grim Scythe for the Dreadlords prefix, so it makes sense. Do I want to lose the Code and Pierce rest though? Nah. Probably not.
See anything you like?
Oh, this was Rune Card of Celerity though. I mean, Celerity is casting speed. It's pretty good, honestly. Pretty good. Yeah, this... Also, why is there like an inventory up here on top? Like, what the fuck is this, dude? It's so weird. I saw Quinn's rep to Uber Shaper. Yeah, he moved. He moved during grace period and like died to a skill that was done when he logged out and was still there when he came back, but the visual was gone because he logged out, right? I mean, of course, it like sucks that like when you do that you don't have a visual. But if you're playing the game as much as he did, you should be aware of that. I mean, you could argue like it sucks that like there's no visual indicator for that. But I mean, you could also argue that it sucks that balance is around logouts. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, balance is always around logouts and hardcore, I guess, in a way, because I mean, you could always like just auto 4. Yeah, that's really chill. Like, this skill is so cool. I mean, it's also good damage. It's like good damage per energy. The other skills felt like... yeah, they needed too much energy. I wanna check out the Scorching Spark though as well. And what are those? Frozen Orb? Oh, this one has a chance to freeze and a chance to pass through at the cost of damage and AoE. Okay. Are there any MIs? There are MIs in the Diablo 3 mod. I don't know if they are in the Dawn of Masteries version that I'm playing right now though. Because Dawn of Masteries might have like an older version of the D3. Oh, there are already like updated MIs from the D3 mod in here as well. That's cool. It's like a good penalty. No, Magic Missile is penalty. Could try out some Magic Missile as well. I mean, if this one has support for Wave of Force... No, Wave of Light. Yeah, no, the Dawn of Masteries doesn't have the MI support for Diablo 3 classes, it seems like. In the D3 mod, right, in the dedicated Diablo 3 mod, which is updated compared to this one, this item, for example, has bonuses to Wave of Light, the Monk skill, and here it doesn't. So, yeah. It doesn't seem to have the same support in this mod yet. It's like an outdated version of these classes, kind of.
Ah, I've been expecting you, human.
Yo, Print Screen, thanks for the sub. Welcome in, welcome on. Much appreciated support. Welcome in to the Bloomers. I hope you enjoy your stay. Welcome in, welcome in. Alright.
You like what?
Did this quest.
give you a good price of what I've got left.
There's tons of rest and all this stuff, I mean, which is obviously good to have usually. Play Dawn of Mastery's mod, just play Kun and Force Wave.
That's good, perfect. Is
Just
that the
imagine
way
like
you
playing Dawn
defeat
of Masteries and you just play like a Grim Dawn Warlord. Yeah. Like why even play the mod in the first place, dude? When in doubt, Warlord out. Wait, where am I? Ah, you play the mod for +1 all skills? Right. Okay, I'm gonna check out some Magic Missile and maybe some like Scorching Spark. Just to like see how they work like mechanically. This one had pretty cool AoE on Ray of Frost. Or like an AoE attached to Ray of Frost that you get whenever you hit an enemy. That looked pretty cool. I would assume that nothing will like beat at Execute when it comes to like damage per energy efficiency though. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's see here. Okay, so Magic Missile. I'm gonna run out of iron bits, right? But that's fine. So by default, right, this is just penalties. Penalties but different. If you, however, like put 16 points here, you gain 2 additional projectiles, and then you can shotgun, and then the ability is actually good, right? Then you also have this for like cute damage and crit. I mean, crit is I guess good later. And then this one converts it to fire, and this one converts it to cold. So you have the fire version like this. I guess you can like play both and you have like lit fire cold damage or something like that then. I don't know how it's gonna work. If you only have this, then you have cold and then it's actually spikes ice shards. Looks like ice shards from like the Storm Mastery from Titan Quest kind of. Now if this wasn't as harsh on my energy as it is, maybe if I like put more points here, we could just play this. Let's see. Finally made it on time for stream. Yo, welcome on, welcome on. Glad to have you here. Let's grab something like Eel or Sailor Scout next.
Ah, I can.
Ah. Looks like Ice Spike from Skyrim. Or from Morrowind.
So,
No ghoul equals
the three
trolling.
had go-
It's fine, you don't need ghoul. At least not this early. I mean, at some point you might need it, but not like this early. You can also just get Dryad for healing if you want. Right. Does this even have like weapon damage? It does not. Like, why would you want ghoul even? Okay, this seems like pretty strong as well at this point, honestly. Especially like with the 3 projectiles, like shotgunning. Like adding 2 projectiles is pretty strong, not gonna lie.
Come see what's left of my wares. See you around.
You're playing an Enderal? Was that the Skyrim mod?
I could.
Wait, is there another 2 more at 26? Let's actually check it out. Imagine. There is mod support for the Diablo 3 classes at least, I mean grimtools support. Where is the wizard? So you have 3 projectiles instead of 1 at 16 points, right? At 26 you still have 3. No, you don't get another 2. It's only once that you get 2 more. Which honestly is already like pretty OP. And I don't know how I feel about like
You've been, my dear.
these jumps.
So you've yes. Come see what's left of my wares.
Like maybe it would be, you know, better better balanced at least. If you had different jumps, like instead of like 1 and then 3, say you got like 2 at 10 points, you get like 3 at 18 points, and you get like 4 at 24 points or something like that. That might be cooler maybe, but oh well. Anything that shotguns has the potential POP. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's always about balance, right? Like, if you balance it properly, then it's not OP, right? It's always about how you balance it. But if the people have failed to balance it, then yes, it's OP. Obviously. Wait, why is this one so big as well? What the fuck? Big quest log. Plus 10 projectiles modifier on gear? Maybe, yeah. Oh, Magic Missile is an actual D3 season with new angelic gear. Angelic ancient primal gear. Plus 10 projectiles. Yeah. Balanced for single target, multiple target, but done is done. I mean, you always balance it around single targets. Like, you shouldn't, like, balance it around, like, AoE, honestly. The way how you balance this around AoE, for example, is to... Like, if you want the skill to have more AoE, you give it, like, pass through, for example. On, I don't know, like on gear or something like that. I'm gonna say that the explosion is pretty fucking bright in this one though. Like, holy shit. It's so bright. If you have other effects on top, might be a bit too much here. Stone of Night, +1 all skills in Maleficar. Yeah. Okay, these sometimes die normally. This one just exploded into nothing though. This one died normally. Yeah, so like some are working, some aren't working basically, right? Which explosion? So you lost your sight? Yeah. Shit. Oh well, rest in peace. Oops. Of wildfire though, yo. Why is it so good? Because of casting speed? I guess. Worth it, right? Worth it to kill a family to get like +10 DPS because of like 2% more casting speed, yep. Wide Boris. Ah, he also exploded into nothing. What is wrong with these death animations, man? What is Wide Boris? I feel like it must be the overkill animation or something like that. Like, they sometimes died normally and sometimes exploded. But like, they didn't explode, there was just no animation, right? Like, this one died normally. But if I shotgun this guy here, he's just gonna like vanish, right? Yeah. It's weird. What the fuck is that? It's a bear. Alright, I mean, I guess. It has 16% chance to freeze on each projectile, so it's like 48% chance to freeze, more or less. per like cast, which is honestly really fucking high. Naomi linked an emote that says RF Monk when, yeah, basically. Basically, yes. You can't find white borders? What? I just added it. What are you saying? You don't see it? Well, that's on you then. I actually see it already. I don't know, maybe you have to like refund Windows. Which mod is this? I'm actually playing Dawn of Masteries. But my main focus on this is on the Diablo 3 classes. So you can play what I'm playing right here with items and classes as well with the Diablo 3 mod. The Diablo 3 mod actually is also like a better updated version of... like has a better updated version of the Diablo 3 classes that this mod has right here, right now. And I mean, Dawn of Masteries in general is... it's like a collection of mods, and because of that it is, from a modder's perspective, kind of cool to like see what other modders have made. But if you care about like balance in any way, then it's like a mess. I'm mostly playing this right now over the standard D3 mod that I've been playing like the last couple of days. Because this mod also added some Titan Quest mobs from Titan Quest. And I mean, yeah, I would like to like see how they like look like in this mod. How they behave, how many bugs they have. To see if it's like worth it to yoink the models or not, you know. I could put down like cold hydras as well, like frost hydras. I feel like generally this class has probably the best like cold support, right? I mean, it also is good for like lightning and fire, of course, but I feel like it's best for cold. When I watch Diablo lore videos to hype up D4. Diablo lore videos, I don't know. Maybe if you link them at some point, but... I guess, maybe some like lore. If you link it only the reaction and the... Riker has Diablo lore videos. I am sure he has them. You kind of don't like Riker? Dude, how are you supposed to see the enemy like this? Too bright. Slightly too bright. That's not all skills to Grove Keeper, dude. What are these items, man? He's not a Blizz hater? Yeah, no, he's definitely not. Reacting to Diablo or Tyrell is insane. Here's why. Gone sexual. Why is it so bright, dude? Holy shit. Please turn it down a bit. Like imagine playing this ability in our like Act 8 maps, right? And you really like don't see shit with the ability alone. Like imagine this on like snowy landscape textures on top. Oof. Has a playlist of 16 videos for Diablo lore. It sounds cozy for some other stream at some point, maybe, yeah. First videos about Lilith in areas. I guess that's like the newest one, not like... not in the right order as you should actually watch them. Just read the Bible? Lol. Diablo lore, just read the Bible. You're not totally wrong, I guess. Where's my character? Can you see it? I can't. Oh, spear, PogChamp. That's so sad, man. Wait, this doesn't work? Oh, okay. So, according to Grim Dawn, a spear is not a melee weapon. That's so scuffed. It's actually hilarious. So like, you can use spears in this mod because of, you know, Titan Quest and all. But you can't use like any of the requires a melee weapon skill. Oof. $16 videos enough for the D4 queue? Maybe. We'll see, right? We'll see. They should fix that. Probably. Dawn of Balance? Yo, Workman Grammar. Yeah, the only reason why I'm playing Dawn of Masteries over your mod right now is I just want to like look at the Titan Quest mobs in this mod. Other than that, I would have rather played like your more updated version of this mod. Also, why the fuck is the skill so bright, dude? Please. Reduce the brightness a little bit on the explosion at least. Like, you have 3 projectiles, right? Like, the brightness is gonna stack. Like, if you spam this, like, this is... I don't know. Like, you don't see anything, right? It's a bit too bright. Not gonna lie. I know it's mostly because of the, like, 3 projectiles exploding at the same time issue, but... I mean, the ability is balanced around that, right? The ability is balanced around that, so... It's not bright at all? Of course, you don't see your character. So it's bright. Like, for Grim Dawn standards, it's bright as fuck. Am I playing with my screen at 100% brightness? I mean, I'm usually playing Grim Dawn, so of course I like turn up my brightness on my monitor, right? I guess, I don't know. That's why Grim Dawn looks fine to me and like everything else is too bright, maybe. I don't know, what's my brightness actually? Let me check. Okay, my brightness is at 90. But that's also like fine for like everything that I'm doing usually. I don't know. And yeah, the effects overlap, of course. I mean, that's what they do, and that's why it's like bright as fuck. Like if you have only one skill, then like only one projectile, it's somewhat fine. But it's fucking like 3, and like the brightness adds together like times 3 basically. So yeah, it gets a little bright, at least for my taste.
See you around.
Actually, nerd. Actually, it's too bright. Your screen has 2 gamer mode presets. I mean, mine has 2, and then I made like a custom one as well, which is in my opinion better than the presets. But I mean, whatever works for your eyes works, right? Like, how can I like tell you how to set up your monitor? Because eyes are literally one of the like most individual things you can have, and yeah, I don't know. But this is bright, right? It's fucking bright, right? It's fucking too bright. Looking at the quotation marks problem. You don't have to change it if you don't want to, but my personal feedback would be it is too bright. Get a full white screen and then set my brightness. A skill can never be brighter than that. I mean, if I... You mean like just editor, like this? And then adjust brightness now? Flashbang? Okay, according to Illuminator, right, if anybody in chat feels like his eyes are hurting right now, or he's getting like a headache because of the screen, then you should reduce the brightness of your monitor, right? Fivehead. And now if you play base Grim DoM, you can't see shit because it's not bright enough. And then you can continue to blame the game for not being bright enough, right? Because you turned your monitor down too much. That's what you do. Yeah, I see why you're complaining about Grim DoM now as well. Like, just turn up your brightness, I don't know. Like a little bit at least. No thanks. Rather complain. Yeah, of course you do. Okay, now we have teleport for you. To be fair though, this is still like fucking bright. It is still pretty bright in my opinion. What does G2 even mean? G2 float skull. I have no idea what G2 means. Should probably grab this now actually instead of this. Since I have like plus skulls to it. And it's CDR and regen and blade absorb. Like Maven. I mean, not like Maven actually, it's more like permanent ascension. Devotion Rune of Falcon Swoop. That's funny. You can get components with skills of devotions on them. This one has the Falcon devotion on it. Are those kind of... I mean, honestly, that's more balanced than like +1 all skills, right? That's for sure. Also, it heavily depends on like what kind of level, like devotion skill level you would get on the component, right? Because this one always like doesn't scale, whereas like this one scales with level, right? This is 8 main hand damage. This is 19% main hand damage though. Let's open up a quick grimtools here and check out the scaling of this. Wait, how do you see like lower level devotions again? I think I forgot. Maybe you can't. Anyway, max is 24%. Current would be 8%, so it's somewhere in the middle. Which I guess is fair. Sounds OP early. Sounds OP as fuck early game though. For like level 10, that sounds really OP. I'm pretty sure you would need to have like scaling versions of that. And you craft like higher versions of that, maybe like after you find a blueprint for it as well. Or maybe without the blueprint, like without finding the blueprint. Would be interesting for sure. Hello? That inventory space. I feel like this one is too much. The one of D3 models are okay. This one is too much. And you don't like what you need it for. Like the stash space I can understand, but like the inventory space, I don't know, you don't need it. At least in my opinion. It's unnecessary, it just like obstructs the screen too much. You're a loot goblin. I don't even know like how many runs we'd have to like how many consecutive runs you would have to do to like fill up all these bags without like ever, even on accident, like clicking on a vendor, you know. People can never have enough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they can't have enough, then this is not enough either. Yeah, there are extra bags, but like you don't really need them. What is this? Vidala's barb. It's a gun. It is a gun. It certainly is a gun. You have ultra wide screen, giving more inventory. This makes mules a lot better, yeah. But you don't need mules, do you? I mean, it might be good for like people who don't wanna ever like use Cloud Stash or Item Assistant or GD Stash, right? It's good for those people maybe. Oh wait, no, I can't use Vanish anymore. That kinda sucks. Yes. Is that why it's so bright for me? Doesn't really make like a big difference, I feel like. Oh yeah, you can like literally see the difference here, right? This. Turn it off. It's already less. I see, I see. Interesting. I mean, at least, like, as long as it's like a bit softer than before, it doesn't have to be like perfect maybe, but... The thing is, the entire game, like, if you have post-processing off, the entire game looks so much duller, in my opinion. Right? This is so much more colorful and so much better compared to this. Like, all the lightning is just... Like this, the game looks like Titan Quest, right? But if you turn this on, it's like Titan Quest 2.0. At least, to my eye. Lighting? Yeah, not lightning. Lighting. Yeah, lighting. I always think like lighting, such a weird like word in English. It sounds so... It sounds like a word that shouldn't exist. It sounds weird to my ears, I don't know why. Silver blood. Epic spear. Please, Mr. Dawn of Mastery, fix the attachment point here. And fix this being a meta weapon. That is a fucking meta weapon, right? Sick animations, I mean, straight out of Titan Quest. Look at the footwork, right? Look at the footwork. The arm animations are actually fine, right? Like those are fine. I mean, to be fair, the footwork isn't really like much better if you cast like this, right? It's not even like that much worse. The left foot is a little weird sometimes, though. Like, what is the left foot doing? Alright, mirror image. The number of wizards summoned is increased to 4 at 12 points. Mirror images scale with parry damage bonuses. Summon 2 illusionary wizards to find by your side. They cast some of my abilities. Do I want to do that? What does slow time do? Oh. That's OP as fuck. I mean, it kinda looks like we're on D3 as well. Slow time kinda sucks. Oh, does it? Wait, why? Isn't it like 30 flat RR? It should be good, shouldn't it? I mean, it's just a debuff, right? Like, the damage obviously sucks. Oh yeah, check out Meteor. Meteor. I feel like this is also maybe like a tad too bright with post-processing. But other than that, it looks actually really cool. Holy shit. This actually looks pretty sick. Flashbang again. Yo, this is only 1 point and the damage is... I mean, it's only 1 point, that's why it's like... And this is like Chosen Sky Shard, but different. Pretty cool. Sun Hydra, got you, boss. It was great in D3 because it slowed your projectiles as well, so Ice Over is great with it. Oh, right. Looks better than any Ground Dawn ability too. Yeah, I mean, this one looks sick. This one really looks sick as well. It was just the final chosen before. Yeah, this is an actual meteor, right? Like, even like the heat wave, like, coming in early because of the speed of the projectile, like, pushing the heat wave in front of it, right? And then, like, ba-boom. It's really good, man. Really good. Well done. 10 out of 10 would steal again for my mod. I don't know if I will, though. I mean, it's kinda scum, I guess. Baboon? No, baboom. Just use the same template. I mean, the template is Frozen Sky Shard. Have I played Reign of Terror? I have at some point, but it's like a long time ago, and there have been updates in between, and the mod is probably better now than back then. Was it fun? If you like Diablo 2 more than I do, like the base Diablo 2 game, then you will probably enjoy it more than I did. I mean, I would say I enjoyed it like a decent amount, but I'm also like not a big nostalgia fan, like a nostalgia for D2 kind of guy. So it was, to me personally, good, but still like worse than, say, the Ninja Mar mod. But still good. I didn't like play it that much though. I played it for like a week maybe, no more than that. It's also, yeah, Reign of Terror is very grindy. If you like grindy ARPGs like Diablo 2 and Path of Exile, then you will like it. Grim Dawn isn't grindy, that's why I like Grim Dawn personally more. Because, yeah, I'm a casual. I mean, I play hardcore, but I also don't like grinding. Like, I really don't. I don't like grinding that much. I mean, it kind of like depends like what you're grinding for, maybe, but yeah. Is Ninja Mar good? I think it's really nice, yeah. Ninja Mar is also like not too much about grinding, I would say. It's more about like playing it through the campaign. Like once or twice or thrice. I mean, you can also grind. I mean, you can also grind technically like in base Grim Dawn for like triple green MIs, but you don't have to, you know. I'm so conflicted now. This mastery has so many cool skills, man. And now that Meteor even like looks this cool as well, I'm like, do I wanna play Meteor instead, maybe? You played D2 yesterday and you were reminded why you stopped playing it? I mean, why did you stop playing it, though? No grimtools for Nidyamar? I mean, Nidyamar doesn't really have, like, new masteries and stuff like that. You can, however, play Nidyamar with the Diablo 3 classes, and then you can basically play... like in grimtools, you can use the Diablo 3 class grimtools for it. Like for Nidyamar, you either use the base grimtools or you use the Diablo 3 grimtools, depending on like whether or not you play with the D3 mods classes on top or not. PD2, no, I've never played it. You burnt out on counters runs. I mean, what do you do in D2? You run counters, you run... like, you just run the bosses, right? Baal, Mephisto, Diablo, counters... like, you run counters and the act bosses, right? That's like the entire game. For Endgame, I guess. Curast chest runs. That sounds like running dynamite chests in Grim Dawn. Which I've also never done, actually, ever. I don't know. Cow level runs? Oh yeah, right. Cow level as well exists. Yeah, Reign of Terror has like more content actually though. Like if you don't like Diablo 2's clunkiness and you rather want to play something in the Grim Dawn engine, which is I guess less clunky than Diablo 2 maybe, I don't know. I mean with D2R it's, I don't know, D2R might be good, I don't know. I haven't bought D2R to be honest, I don't know. Kinda wanna... okay, so I kinda wanna try out energy with meteor spam.
Let me clear your mind of regrets.
How much is that? 77? Wait, let me just like bring up grimtools real quick. I feel like meteor spam might be less energy than the orb spam, which is weird. That's weird to me. This one is 46. No, this one is 88. Never mind. This one is actually way more. Wait, 88. Oof. That's gonna make me like in a second, right? It's actually not bad right now with like 4 points on this.
Let me clear your mind of regrets. Stay strong.
Maybe I also check out Scorching Spark now and Frozen Orb. Okay, so this is that ability, right? Then you get these which like travel around you as well. But they... okay, so ideally you want like to be in this distance all the time, right? Or you charge them up first. And then you run in like Cold Reek Civil Eye, right? Pew 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 pew. Yeah, I'm telling you man, like the skills in this mod, they are well done, that's for sure. Also, you fixed this on the newer version, right? I mean, Dawn of Monsters is using a pretty old version. This one doesn't do anything like skill point 2 and 3. Yo, what the fuck? Way too dank, dude. Way too fucking dank. Sad that the modifier doesn't modify the other attack as well. But that is like an engine limitation, right? Like you cannot modify like secondaries. Or can you? Could you modify this as well to become like core damage? Like do a projectile swap and this at the same time? For these? Not sure if that's possible or not. But yeah, the skills look pretty cool in the wizard, not gonna lie. They do look pretty cool.
Let me clear
Good
your
job,
mind
good
of
job.
regrets. Stay strong.
Rest in peace, energy. Oh well.
Come, friend. Right to bed. Nobody.
I mean, what am I doing? I'm not using a single ectoplasm, right? Just use ectoplasm. Cactoplasm, right? Cactoplasm here and there. Holy shit, what is a Smith interface? Monk. With the code ability, we would run like the cold stones now. Topaz. Do I not have a topaz?
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Well,
Safe storage. No
I do not have a topaz.
safe.
Unlucky.
What brings you to my forge?
How do I not have chilled steels? Hello? What is going on? And no fur, huh? Did they like remove that from the drop table or something? That's so weird. You want Restless Remains, but that's from somewhere else. Do I have a soul shard? No, I don't. Did I have this issue in the single mode? No. Like I had chilled steel and so on in your mod. This might be a Dawn of Masteries bug, I don't know. Or maybe it's just I've being unlucky so far.
Be back any blueprints.
Okay. Okay. Let's go. It does the swordy attack only once on the first initial impact, right? Not on every single hit. That would be OP as fuck. Yeah, seems like it's only on the initial hit. Maybe not. Wizard is crazy. Wizard is crazy energy hungry, that's for sure, yeah. It's on every single hit actually, holy shit. It seems to have me with like a cooldown though. And it also has like less AoE, right? Well, the balls aren't hitting because of the elevation. Maybe I actually wanna take away the points from the secondary now that we have this like frost theme anyway, and these are still like, what is this, burn and electrocute for the most part. And also the A shred, but
Let me clear your mind of regrets.
yeah,
Farewell.
let's remove this for now. This one doesn't get lower duration unless you have CR here. Like 11 points. And then you put points into slow time and or frost nova, I guess. I don't know, I'm just gonna like check out skills. See whatever I like. You nerfed this number, right? I don't think it's 40%, and like 40% seems crazy high. Pretty sure you nerfed that number. It's not like that in the current version of the mod. $25, yeah, 25 seems much more reasonable. Dude, why did Crate not make OFF like this? I guess it would be... Kinda like that like both exists now. It'd be fun, can't have that. Fun, eh? What is that? Yo, Nigel, welcome. We're testing engine max speed limit, yes. Dashing strike with 1500% is dope. I can imagine that, yeah. I mean, that's probably way closer to how it feels in D3 as well then. And that would make it like unique over the like dash from the barb, for example, right? Oh, this is a Frost Revenant. Well, good fucking luck. Well, at least I have 40% multiplicative resistance reduction on my freeze ability, right? Change the cast sound to the one from Shadow Strike as well, because it's almost teleporting. Yeah, I mean that's how what it should be, right? Like almost teleporting. I wonder how like the animation of, for example, like the feet of the character would look like then at that point. But oh well. Because it's still a virus smite ability, and you're like technically still running, right? But oh well. Like the sound of the Nova is maybe like a bit too quiet. I think the sound of the orb is perfect. Right, this orb is like good sound. This one may be a bit too like weak. It could have like a bit more oomph. You barely see the running animation? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean that's good done actually. When Grim Dawn Ruthless? Just play 1.0, right? Just play Grim Dawn 1.0. What do you mean? It's pretty good. I mean, yes and no. I feel like... Wait, how's it less damage? Cold stone, that's why. Just beating log.
Look, shall we? Bye for now.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left. Put it to good use.
Maybe next year. You know it. The thing with Grim Dawn 1.0 is apart from like loot drops that are just like generally worse, which in my opinion is not a terrible thing, but rather like a good thing actually. The rest of the game is just... I mean, yeah, it is harder. Other than that, I think it's just less fun. It lacks content. I mean, Ultimate Logorian is the content, because like Ultimate Logorian on that mod is actually like still somewhat hard. No skill modifiers. I think skill modifiers are tons of fun, but they are... like the values are just too high for early levels. The ones that give it like flat damage, it's like too much damage. And especially because like most of those items that have like skill modifiers at the same time also have like plus skills, right? To like the skill, so it's like you're getting double damage from the skill modifier and the plus skills. It's insane. how much damage you get from MIs in Grim Dawn, like especially early on. Like for later on they're totally fine and balanced, but like for leveling, I feel like they are a bit, yeah. Alright, we got more ticks bracers, frenzy and punish. You don't get 200% overrest on one item like in current Grim Dawn. Do you do not? I think you still do, right? But like, those items are way more rare than in current Grim Dawn. I think you actually do get the same res if you get like a certain epics combination, don't you? You might get less resistances from devotions. That's the other thing, like they actually like buff devotions every now and then. And I mean, devotions are there for every single build in the game, right? Like, so if you buff devotions, you buff like every single build in the game in a way. At least if you, especially like when you like buff generic devotions, right? They buffed apexes at some point? Yeah, maybe. I mean, you get like higher level versions of apexes, like the higher level versions of apexes of course have like more rest, I think. Like a level 94 item is gonna have like more rest than a level 75 item. Okay, single target damage, not gonna lie, is pretty terrible there. Maybe we should play Meteor, I don't know. Yeah, but that's because of monster frequency, right? Early game items. And that's also because, like, it is easier to get, like, good affixes early. It was harder to get, like, good affixes early in the past, and skill modifiers didn't exist. Like, it's not like those items didn't exist in the past, but they were harder to get. Cam is blurry, yo, thanks. Thank you, thank you. Yo, Conlan, welcome in. It does indeed, yeah. Looks pretty cool. The amount of freezes. I still think it's weaker than the Glacier Spikes though, this ability right here. Like Magic Missile with Glacier Spikes was, I think, better. What are those Pokemon mobs? Titan Quest. Pokemon mobs. Don't tell that to Croplunk that you said that Titan Quest mobs look like Pokemons. Okay, so this is, let's compare this real quick. You have 204 elemental damage, 178 elemental damage here, but this is like times 3, and this is not. You have, however, like 4 fragments, which I believe do the same damage. But you also have like minus 18% total damage modified here and plus 20% here. So yeah. 16% chance to freeze. 15% chance to freeze. This has the A shred, this has crit damage. And Meteor has 406 fire damage. Which is a lot. This one really needs more energy though. It's not the same mod I was playing the other day. It's base. I mean, the class that I'm playing is from the other mod as well, yeah. Like you can play this in exact. Like if you want to play this class, I would suggest you to like play the other mod instead. I am playing the Dawn of Masteries mod today and not the Diablo 3 class mod. Dawn of Masteries mod also has the Diablo 3 classes in there, but they're like a bit outdated. I'm playing this on top right now, or like instead of the D3 mod right now, because I want to check out these Titan Quest mobs, these Pokemon as well, just to like see how well or buggy they have been implemented here. And yeah, it's like a mix of buggy and non-buggy, I guess. Wait, how much absorb is 150 here? How much does Oathkeeper have, for example, on Ascension? Wait. Oathkeeper has less. Okay, but this is an exclusive, right? It's an exclusive after all. Never Grim Dawn 1.0, never RF. Well. Right, so in D3 the skill was good because it also like slowed your own projectiles, right? And why was slowing your own projectiles good? Because then like the projectile hit the enemy like multiple times, or why did he do that? In D3, I don't quite remember. Like, did you get like more hits per second? Or was it only like enemy projectiles? Ah. Yeah, the Dragonian Reflect aura doesn't insta-murder me, so it's not authentic. Indeed, indeed, indeed. It would fill the screen with ice shards. But I mean... unless the skill then like somehow hits more than once, it's still like the same DPS, right? What's that AoE do here? What? What are you talking about? You mean this? It would hit more than once. Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense now. The Q skill, this one? The bubble? It's kind of like supposed to be the time bubble from D3 Wizard, right? In Grim Dawn it only like slows movement and attack speed though. It doesn't like slow the projectiles. I mean that probably doesn't work like in Grim Dawn, like mechanic wise. It's RR with visual flavor, yeah. I mean the slow is still good honestly, like slow in Grim Dawn is still powerful. It's just not to the projectiles, which makes it less powerful than in D3. But yeah, in Grim Dawn it's basically like an RR aura, 30 flat RR aura, and like a slow for attack speed and movement speed is still good. Like look at how slow he is, right? It's still good. Just like different than in D3. But I mean yeah, what can you do? Like Grim Dawn mechanics, right? The Grim Dawn engine. Dude, after playing Wizard, why is Arcana so, like, terribly made in Grim Dawn? Like, Eighth Ray, fine. Right, Frozen Sky Shard, fine. Maven Sphere, fine. Mirror, OP, questionable design maybe. Notification, OP, maybe questionable design as well.
Well, I have
Kelder's Tempest, I mean X fucking D and OFF, like XDD, right? Like they could have combined Kelder's Tempest and OFF to this skill instead. And you know, like have a modifier that like turns Kelder's Tempest into this, basically. And then you could like add a skill like this on top instead of like the actual Kelder's Tempest or like the actual OFF. Devastation is sick, that's true. Devastation is a cool ability. Devastation is like Meteor, but like different, right? Like, it's a different kind of skill for sure, but it's also like as cool as Meteor in a way. The second character was an Arcanist in hopes to make a wizard-like character, but it ended up disappointed and turned into some dual pistol character. A couple years later, it's now a Flames of Ignifer character. You like the idea of skills giving effect when maxed out? Yeah. I honestly like these have no death animation. I honestly like the procs on skills maybe even more. I feel like, I mean, this is cool for like this mod and like the classes and so on, like it fits well. But I feel like a more gradual approach is probably generally better, like fits Grim Dawn better. Like this one with one projectile, you get 2 more at level 16. And that's it. It's kind of weird. Like, you go from 1 to 2, it's like plus 200% damage modified, right? That's kind of crazy as fuck. I think it would be better if it was like 1, then at some point like 2, and then at some point maybe like 3, and at some point like 4, you know? Instead it jumps from like 1 to 3 instantly, that's kind of a big jump. On the other hand, I do like some of them as well, that have like, you know, 20% reduced damage reduction for 4 seconds, which is a good debuff. But you have to put 16 points into this. On the other hand, if you had something like Eloman or Warcry, like Bone Spear going from 1 projectile to 5 at rank 16, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's fine for like the theme of the mod and the classes, I guess. I personally think that's, like, balance-wise, it feels worse than, like, standard Grim Dawn abilities and nothing like that. I'm not, like, balance-wise, like, I mean, theme-wise it's cool, yeah. Balance-wise, I'm not sure if I'm, like, the biggest fan of that. But that's also fine, I guess. And 25% chance to reset the cooldown. Chance on reset? I mean, it's cool. I personally probably wouldn't like it on an ability like that, but... I wanna see like how often Shatter procs here, but I feel like it's probably not gonna be like that often. Teeth as a mechanic in D3 that's impossible to translate to Grim DoM? Yeah, I guess so. Reset chance, the most cringe thing you've ever seen? I think it's fine-ish on offensive abilities. But on defensive abilities, it's gotta be even worse. You just hate it straight up? I mean... Feel free to hate it. I think it's probably fine on offensive skills like Grenade and Canister Bomb and stuff like that. It's kinda fine. I mean, generally I'm not the biggest fan of it either, but I think it's fine on offensive. Yo, what the fuck is this? A walking bloom? Oh, these are those like mushroom-like creatures. That's pretty fucking cool. The fungoids. Oh, the chaining is pretty cool as well though. When it actually like works. These have proper animations, I feel like, more or less at least. That's good. Salamanders have no death animation, right? They just like... Oh, the Sweet Sport didn't have one either. This one properly dies. This one properly dies. Doesn't even die of cringe, it just dies. Okay, do their like offensive abilities actually work though? Oh. Okay. That's one hell of an arc. Imagine getting hit by this ever, right? Okay, that's actually kinda cool. This guy just runs at you though, he doesn't have any skills, right? He's a fucking hero mob. How does he not have any skills? Hello? Did they forget to give him the skills or what? He just runs at you. He has no skill. Wait, did it again have like a 50-50 chance of like... Is it because of gore? No, gore is even disabled. Wait, what if I enable gore? Yo, what was this mob? Shit. Just died. Didn't even see what kind of mob it is. Okay, that one also got deleted. Yeah, maybe it's not gore related. Might not be gore related. Is Asylum the one making the mobs? Or like implementing the mobs rather. I actually did mess around with Titan Quest files yesterday. Spent like the entire day almost like extracting all the TQ files and like putting them into a Grim Dawn like test mod folder as well. I couldn't get those fungoids to work at all, but I feel like I got others to work that maybe these guys didn't, I don't know. Maybe they got actually like all to work in quotation marks, but they don't all work yet. In D3 it shot shards as it flew. Right, that's also true, yeah. Here it's only on contact. Which, well, make the enemy that it's initially hit by not hit by the other projectiles. Or wait, do they maybe? Yeah. Pretty sure these projectiles don't hit the initial target at all. Which is maybe why the single target also kind of sucks. This is so cool though with the explosions, like top notch. Okay, performance-wise, I should just like pick this and this for a single target, and this is like enough for AoE right now at least. Because of all the like explosions, chaining, right? Pew pew pew. It's pretty cool. Yeah, magic missile shotgun is just GG. Indeed. And for AoE, I mean this is good enough for now. I can see this maybe like falling off later unless you have like proper support for it from like skills or stuff like that. I mean, it's still Grim Dawn, right? So what you do is you get devotions for AoE, and then like this plus devotions is like your AoE. That's totally fine. That's totally enough. And for single target you play the ice wakes. There's no real need for me to like look at any of these items, because, you know, there is no... Actually, this is plus 2 to magic missile even. Holy shit. Alright, I mean, we're gonna play magic missile again now, like, definitely.
Something broken down?
1000%. Wait, it works on any frozen enemy? Wait, for real?
Farewell.
Really? Are you for real right now?
Let me clear your mind of regrets.
I'm pretty sure that like doesn't work like Grim Dawn mechanic wise. You have to have shatter at least on the enemy. Yeah? I mean Frost Nova on the enemy at least. Frost Nova to proc for free. Wait, you're saying like nah, that can't be true. Or cannot. What? That's not how Grim Dawn works. Like, you didn't even press... You didn't even press this ability or what? You didn't even press Frost Nova? Okay, these are not getting frozen right now. They're just dying because the shotgun is just OP. Wait, no way. You have to like press it at least once, right? This is so cool though, holy shit. Look at that. I mean, yeah, it's flashbang as well, but look at that, dude. Pew pew pew. Nah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work like that. Like, it's impossible, man. DoM doesn't support that. You have a freeze chance on Grim's side? I mean, look right here, right? It was frozen, but I killed it with this, it didn't proc, right? Right? If I kill it with this, right? If I freeze them first with this, and then okay, these are dead too soon. Right, I kill this, and then shoot. It doesn't proc. You were meddling, it was proccing. I don't know, man. Maybe your set adds like sick frostburn damage to this or something like that. And then like the dot procced it for you. I don't know. Okay, what the fuck is this? It's an enemy, that's for sure. Again, no death animation. And if it's the skills like frostburn damage killing it, then it does stop proc, right? I mean, like here, right? Zip, zip. I'm pretty sure what you're describing is unfortunately not possible mechanic-wise on this engine. Like, it has to be hit by the initial skill in some way or form, and like killed by the initial skills like frostburn damage or something like that as well. Unfortunately.
These up.
Where the fuck am I going?
So how good work?
So how doomed are we? Ah, fuck, I fucked up the portal, didn't I? No. I put one at like... oh my god. Pine Barrens. But it is gone now.
I wish I'm going.
It is gone now.
I'll skip the pleasantries. Legion is split on...
You're doing it right now? I don't know, it's not working for me, that's for sure. Oh fuck. What is this pot? What am I doing? Live stealer oil? Nice. Good job. Good job, me. Maybe it's like... the only thing that... I mean, that shouldn't work either, but... this has no weapon damage right now. Mantras is just one skill divided on modifiers, the same with crushed laws. Divided on modifiers. What do you mean by divided on modifiers here? Mantra of healing is base skill, and then of conviction and retribution are the modifiers. So you can always have like Mantra of healing active, but then you can have only conviction or retribution active, while at the same time they are not conflicting with the Grim Dawn exclusives. Makes sense, makes sense. Wait. Just gotta check out the mantras real quick. See which one is which. So for example, this one is the base one, right? This one is like your, like, mavens, so to say, right? And then you choose salvation or conviction on top. Mantra will replace Breath of Heaven as a healing skill. Oh, it was like a proc from your set, maybe? Ah. Yeah, I mean, with all the flashbangs from the skills, it's kind of hard to see, I guess, maybe sometimes. Breath of Heaven as the healing skill. Conviction is a separate skill. Salvation is the modifier of Mantra of Healing, okay. Retribution is a new one, okay. And with Seder you had these three Valors, right? Like Valor of Light. I mean, Laws of Valor, Laws of Justice, and Laws of Hope. So here's like a similar thing. You have like Laws of Valor as like an aura, and then like these as modifiers, or like the other way around. Okay. I mean, it can be done like in many different ways, of course, like depending on also like how many nodes you like put in the modifier. It can be like more or less balanced, of course. But yeah, sounds good. That sounds good, honestly. I mean, that generally will make monks and crusaders overall stronger, I feel like. But you know, I mean, balancing exists. At least it doesn't make those like laws and mantras like strong early but pretty much useless later. Now you can like use them at all stages of the game, so that should be a win. It's less Diablo 2 style and more Grim Dawn style then. Like having a skill like strong at a certain part of the game, like after that like completely useless. That's very like Diablo 2 style, right? That's like Diablo 2 skill design. And Grim Dawn generally doesn't have that kind of design. Like apart from Blade Trap and OFF, which require items to be usable, every skill in Grim Dawn is usually like usable in some weird format, like any stage of the game. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I personally think it's a good change. People who are Diablo 3 tryhard fans might baby rage a bit, maybe, I don't know, but like when it comes to like Grim Dawn balancing, I think it's the right move. All MIs craftable for Crusader 2 and thingy when. That's something we could do with like, you know, website-based crafting, but like in-game crafting, it's impossible to make it work. Right. In-game crafting, it's literally impossible. Frostnova has offhand to go off 100% on that as well. I see. It is possible. Make one craft for each MI. You always reroll the stats though, right? You don't want that to happen, right? I mean, I guess you also do that when you craft legendaries and like epics. But the problem is you also reroll the apexes on top for greens. It's not only the rolls, but also the apexes. Like, you don't keep the apexes. Like, imagine like farming for like a triple rare that you want, and you craft it to a one-hander, and it gets like double magic of like trash of the trash can, right? Yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, then you... I mean, okay, so then like every single item has like the same value that you find, and it's just a gamble at the smith. Right? That sounds more like PoE to me than Grim Dawn. Like, it's a gamble when you hit that like alteration orb or whatever on top, right? The transmutation orb. I cringe. What? It's like hitting like transmutes and alts on the item, right? The same gamble finding items, literally no difference. I mean, yeah, of course, there's like the gamble is like at another point. Like, it's not when you drop the item, it's when you like take crafting on the item. That is true. The gamble, like the gambling moment, like takes place at another point. I mean, it's like an argument, or like you can have a discussion here about that, like where the gamble should be and like where the gamble feels better for the player. In the same way as you could have like an argument talking about like whether or not you should ID an item with like an ID scroll. Right, whether you want the moment of like knowing what the item is when you drop it, or when you click the ID scroll on it in your inventory. We have like a similar discussion about that topic as well. But yeah, it would be fine. Like, it's not like you do it with all the items. Like, the gambling process is not like with all items. It's not be fine to have like some items be basically like a gamble, in my opinion. Like at the... I mean, it's always a gamble, of course, but like to have the gambling process at the smith or like a vendor for some items. And you still have to like farm the item first. So it's kind of like the second you craft the item, it's like you basically ID it, right? It's as if you have had like an unidentified item before, unidentified like base, you don't know the affixes, and then like once you hit craft, you ID it. In a way. Playing games is always gambling? Well, unless you play a game that doesn't have gambling. But ARPGs always have gambling. Would make Crusader playable, he says. I agree though with like items like Bartholomew's Gavel, for example, right? Like you farm for Bartholomew's, or like you see Bartholomew's like first of all like randomly dropped from a totem because of like a bug, you know. But I mean, you know the item exists, right? You know it's like good for the hammer skill, you want it, and then you remember, oh shit, you can't make a one-hander out of this, and it's like, okay, never mind. Yeah, I mean, it would of course be better that you are able to remake it into a one-hander, even if you reroll your affixes. It would be still better to have the option than to not have the option. I agree. But yeah, it is a lot of work. It's not like undoable amounts of work, I think. It is like definitely doable. But it's not like the most engaging modding work, that's for sure. But then again, like many things that you have to do for modding sometimes, so like polished things are, you know, not as much fun as like some other stuff. You can write a script that automates it. I mean, if you write the script, yeah. It's just text file work. Basically, yeah. You just need a script that creates DBR files and adds references to like certain items. The thing, or like the problem with green items is you need like a blueprint for every single variation of the green item. Like one green item is always gonna be like 5 times as many blueprints as like a blue or purple. At least. If not 6 times as many. Which is another reason why we want to automate it. Did I not get a venom? What the fuck? How did I not get a venom? Are you kidding me? What the hell? How did I miss a venom? There we go. Alright, 4 devotion points. I think I'm gonna decide here to play core damage now. I need to decide at some point. I think we're gonna go core damage. Even though the freaking meteor looks so cool though. But we're gonna play Blizzard instead. Maybe Blizzard like looks cool as well. Maybe Blizzard is cool as well. In some way. We'll see.
I'll give you a good price of what I've got left.
I'm not good at writing scripts though. Like those kind of scripts especially. This one has a shit ton of res. Holy moly. That is insane resistances. What are these? Some items from other mods, I guess. Okay, what do I put on the chest? Freaking like Diablo 2 runes, man, they're so broken. What is this, dude? Flat cold, flat frostburn, percent cold. Using any weapon, shield, offhand, head, chest. You can get flat cold in all of that. The fuck?
See you around.
Ah, it's cool in one hand. The boots are for Necro? Oh, yeah, okay.
See anything you like?
They are indeed, yeah. I don't have the same like shared stash as I had on the other characters on this character though, so I don't think I'm gonna keep them.
See you around.
See you around. Okay, let's talk to... Oh, we already talked to everybody? Okay. Let's go over to the farms then. Yo, see you around, walking. Thanks for stopping by. Take care, take care. By the way, can the Frost Novas from Shatter again proc Frost Novas? Or is it only once? Over these basilisks? They have huge hitboxes, what the fuck? Yeah. I mean, Walken said that earlier, right? That they have like huge hitboxes, but like, look at this. Like, I'm trying to... Look at this. It's so big. The hitbox is this big, dude. Yeah. That is certainly a hitbox issue. If I haven't seen one before. That is insane. Oh wait, I missed. I'm missing 2 points here now. What the hell? And we could check out Blizzard. Let's check out Blizzard. What does it do? Oh, that's like Devastation. Like a cold Devastation. Cool, cool. Received a call from your job, gotta go. Alright, print screen. Thanks for watching, man. See you around. And yeah, thanks. Have well, a nice day at work as well. Yo, these guys petrify for like 50 seconds or what? They kinda die rather quickly as well though. Yeah, they do seem to get stuck in here as well, these basilisks. Oh well. I mean, just like Walken said earlier, they are just... Okay, so, I mean, note to self, Titan Quest models can work, but if you just import them without, like, fixing and checking every single thing about them, there's a very high chance they're gonna be buggy in some way or form. Some of them look pretty cool though, like those fungoids, for example. Fungi. They look good. In. That is a Titan Quest staff actually, not a spear. I thought the damage staff, eh? Alright. So it has like support for the spirit mastery, I would assume. Yeah, this thing isn't even like killing mobs anymore now, this ice shatter, whatever it's called. It's still good for the RR though. Wait, the text still says 40%. The actual ability has 25% though. So there was already like a nerf for the ability, but the text still says the wrong thing here. It's different issues on different enemies, I would say. Like for example this hitbox thing, that's like a value in... that's like a wrong value. Either in the DBR file or in the model. The death animation missing might be a wrong reference in the animation, and or the animation file not being like converted properly when the model and its animations were converted with the conversion tool. When the enemies weren't casting skills like those salamanders or something like that. That very much looks like a also like wrong reference thing, maybe, like I don't know, maybe like this the item skill is like in the wrong folder or something like that. I mean the monster skill is like in the wrong folder, and or the animation or the projectile of that skill of that mob is like in the wrong folder. Yeah, and most of those issues are either, I mean, it can also, it can generally just be two different things, right? It can either be wrong references, or it can be something got fucked up with the conversion tool, right? Like the conversion tool was like converting something in a way, like in the wrong way, basically. Like those are literally like the two possibilities, I feel like. Those are nice, actually. Trying to pick something to play for hardcore, anything special since 1196 or 7, haven't played in a while, not a fan of physical builds, Force Wave or Iron Reckoning. Dual wield, ranged and pets is fine. I mean a pet conjurer is still as strong as ever. Right, like a shaman occultist, pet build is still like really strong. Not necessarily like super quick for leveling though. You could play like a vitality caster for leveling though and like switch to pets later once you have the gear. Pets are not fine. Yeah, people tend to have pets in here. I mean, I myself also don't like pets. Not necessarily because they're bad, it's more like because, I don't know. I feel like they make the game easy for the wrong reasons. But yeah, a pet build is really strong if you have the gear for it. I feel like pet builds are, in general, probably more gear dependent than most other builds. However, if you're playing like Briar Thorns and, you know, just a conjurer, then you basically only need like 2 green items, like a offhand and an amulet. And then Briar Thorn is gonna like one-shot the entire game almost.
Let's take a look, shall we?
So, yeah. I mean, I would personally, when it comes to like fun, right? Having fun, which is something you, I don't know how like highly you value fun in hardcore. I do still value it like pretty highly.
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Is like just any dual wield map, but honestly, like Blade Master can be pretty straightforward. Infiltrator is very straightforward for cold damage and also for pierce damage. Spellbreaker is, in my opinion, really fun as well. Can be a bit harder to play though than something as straightforward as a Blade Master and Infiltrator though.
Put it to good use.
This ability is ridiculously OP, right? Unwavering Will. Also, Magic Weapon gives you like 15% absorption at 15 points, right? That seems pretty OP. Okay, what if I try Black Hole now instead of Frost Nova? You can convert it to fire and to lighting, but not to cold. Feels bad, man. Nerfed already. Fizz will be moved over to Ice Armor. Are these still exclusive in the Mage? Or how will this work? Will this also be different? It's not SF because your green items have affixes? Yeah. Wow. No, these are the same. Okay. Okay. I mean, right now though, right, I'm gonna just get the Aether res and the Elemental res, I think. I wanna check out the Black Hole though, like how does it look like? It's honestly pretty fucking sick. Holy shit. Dude, is this Grim Dawn or is this like some fancy game from 2022? Holy shit, dude.
I sense turmoil within you.
Pog you, Grimer. Pog you. Definitely pog you. It's D3. It looks better than in D3 though.
Farewell.
I don't know.
What troubles you?
Can we retake these? Yes, we can retake 2 of them at least. Get maybe like an actual proc once in a lifetime. Endgame is better here for sure, yeah. Dude, this thing like continuously knocks down enemies, right? Does it scale like size with points? No, you were too lazy to make like more than one animation, right? Makes sense. I mean, yeah, understandable. It only scales damage. Honestly, skills like this though, like, okay, for balance reasons, I personally think you would have to give skills like these kind of like a judgment kind of treatment. Like, you have to have the radius scale with these, I guess, unless you just want them to be like a one-pointer. I guess it's just a one-pointer. I mean, that's probably fine. You have more radius on this. Okay, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. You had to like make a new effect for this one anyway. So you just like press +2 on all the effects and yeah, that's fine. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Oh, also on top of, yeah, also with the modifiers on top, you would have to have like, yeah, okay, that's like really tricky, right, with the modifiers. Actually, no, it's not. No. You can still do like different versions. Yeah, and Pepega. It's the same as like Cater's Tempest or like Judgment. You can. The modifier's not a problem. I don't know what I was thinking right here. There's no problem with the modifier. It's totally fine. Where's the sound from? The sound is so good. Also like the lingering sound. From Dota. It's being weird with the tracks here, but I mean that's nothing you can do about that. I mean, no one's ever gonna look at the skill like I am right now. This is so cool, dude. Holy shit. Alright. It's from Dota. Damn. Does it actually draw enemies periodically? If so, you buy this game now? I mean, let's try it out, then. Let's see. So far, it doesn't seem like a super massive black hole, at least. This game sucks. It should knock them down, right? Wait, does this, like, not work? It should knock them down, like, periodically, right? Wait, it knocked down this guy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, many mobs are, like, knockdown resistant in a way or two, but... Maybe it would actually like need more radius to be like properly effective. I'll check out the modifier that gives it like more radius once I can take it. I mean, I could just take it now, right, and like remove the points here from Frost Nova. But Frost Nova is my RR in a way. I mean, I have the other RR now, right? I have Rumor. It's fine, we can take out the points now. I mean, it should be like triggering Judgment every second in a way, right? I guess.
Let me clear your mind of regret.
Let's see what we can do here. We'll give it more radius. Oh, so this one is gonna give me like wings or something like that, right? We're gonna bat. We're gonna bat chest as an Archon, right? Wings! Woohoo. Yeah, let's also get one here. This is the cheat death skill from Wizard, I guess. Yeah. I mean, Diablo 3 says hello, right? Maybe if it was a pet. Okay, so this is the lightning version. I'm pretty sure this is already like... So some are being like somewhat drawn into it, yeah. These guys are probably like just resistant. I mean, this guy is being dragged in, right? It deals too much damage. It's like the main problem, to be honest. It deals too much damage right now. I mean, it's normal, Act 3. Doesn't knock down this guy. It knocks down these guys though. Maybe it only like works on the initial hit or something? No. It's hard to tell what like mobs down as quickly. You should probably like turn on veteran after killing amalgamation. Activate bad chest. Yeah, okay, we just... This is, yeah, we are shotgunning. That's for sure. We are definitely shotgunning. Okay, let's put on veteran. Wait, this one would look more like resilience. This one didn't give you immunity? Really? Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Ground Zero is streaming? What the fuck? So, I'm sorry. What I would, you would like D3 classes in Season 5, Grandma did a good job. So, it was Hawk and me who were like talking about D3 classes in a seasonal environment, perhaps. I think for Season 5 we don't want to go that far yet. Like for the actual like season and the ladder, I don't think we're gonna like add them yet. But I might we should like work on a merger mod where we're like trying to merge the two mods, like the season mod and the D3 mod. Just screw balance. And that might be another approach, I guess.
Come see what's left of my wares.
But yeah, I personally was thinking first of all of maybe like making a merger, like running the season on the season mod, not like adding any D3 stuff in there, and then like run a merger mod where you like just merge the two mods, but like make that available separately from the season. You love the headpiece and you want it now? It's like a Titan Quest item, right? Cedar's Cowl. That's from Titan Quest, actually. This headpiece. Alright, we activated Veteran. Just in time for the Chaos and Wit damage that we're about to take here from the Chthonians. Should at least get an actual usable ring. What the fuck is this ring, dude? Wait, why do I have that ring?
See anything you like?
What the fuck is that ring, dude?
Put it to good use.
Can you use custom gear models on Illusionist, or do they not appear?
There was
I mean, once you find them, you can, right? Once you find an item, you can use all the items on the Illusionist, yeah. As long as it's like... as long as the model is in the mod, of course.
I have come to represent.
Increase max resistances by 3%. Okay. I think I want the absorption now. I'm pretty sure like many mobs are just like immune to knockback, like that guy. I mean, it works for these, right? It works like permanent. Pretty sure like it does have the coding of like... it's a pet that has a skill, and that skill applies like knockback, like knock in, I don't know, like judgment basically on all the surroundings all the time. Yeah, like I mean, it works as well as the grimtools engine supports such an ability, and of course it's not gonna work on like immune enemies. Can't balance it anyways due to eyes and sets existing. I mean, the mod has sets as well, like tons of them actually, and the game has eyes as well. Like, I don't know. So it had to be a pet, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I mean, it is the workaround that you had to do basically. You found the right workaround. So yeah, congrats. Or like props to you. I'm currently playing Dawn of Masteries mod, but most of the stuff that you see here, you can just like play the Diablo 3 mod for that. You will have a better updated version of these like Diablo 3 classes and items. I'm playing Dawn of Masteries, which has a older version of those Diablo 3 classes. And the reason why I'm playing that is not because I want to play the older versions of the Masteries. Not at all. I would like to play the newer version of those Masteries. But it does have some other stuff on top that I, just for modding purposes, wanted to check out. But if you want a, like, generally, like, I think in my opinion, like, more fun and especially more balanced experience, then play the normal Diablo 3 mod with the classes and not the Dawn of Masteries mod. Dawn of Masteries mod is just there if you want, you know, more masteries. And you don't care about balance at all, and... But yeah, honestly, I don't know. The D3 classes are pretty much the best made masteries out of all of these, I feel like, personally at least. That said, I haven't like checked out all the classes in this mod yet. There might be some that are still like pretty good and pretty nice and have been updated. I did check out like quite a bit of them, like when I first played Dawn of Masteries like 1 or 2 years ago. Have I checked out the Titan Quest Masteries? I did like 2 years ago or something like that, yeah. Not recently though. Ninja Mar Tower. I mean... technically, I could just ask what Hawk to add it. But you want like all the mechanics as well, right? I would assume. I think you want the entire chess game, right? All mechanics, but less laggy. I mean, that's not gonna work. It's always gonna be less laggy, I'm pretty sure. Like, you could do, like, you know, like, less mobs per spawn or something like that to make it less laggy, but then it's also easier and... I mean, to be fair, it might have been my old PC as well back then, like the old parts. Yeah, that one. I mean, to be fair, if you don't get a Gods event when you're on top of the tower, that might not be quite as laggy as well. Did I rescue the... people? Yes, okay. I had something to actually think about and not just like mob fast. True. Yeah, that's what I do, Conlan. If you only ever play one mod, then as I said, you don't even have to like change your save folder, but I usually prefer to have like one save folder per mod, yeah. And yeah, if you want to go back from the D3 saves to your OG saves, then you do exactly what you said. It's kind of funny when these guys like wear stuff. It kind of fits those necromancers as well. In a way. Those are cold because of dust transfer meteorite here, glacial spike. Without that, they are like elemental, like pink projectiles, kind of like Pinati, but not quite like Pinati. I mean, they don't like they don't spread, right? They have like worse AoE than Pinati. Like they don't have like projectiles that like split. Is this mod balanced or just some overpower fest? So Dawn of Mastery is a overpower fest. The standard Diablo 3 mod that I was playing until like last time basically is really trying to be very balanced overall. And I would say it's very, very close to like Grim Dawn Mastery when it comes to balance. Maybe not quite the same. Because of some like Diablo 3 themes, I feel like it's a bit easier for hardcore. Because of these like Diablo 3 style like cheat death abilities in a way. Or the Super Saiyan ability. But other than that, they are pretty balanced actually, I would say, yeah. Like the Diablo 3 classes are pretty good. All the others I have no idea. I'm just playing Dawn of Masteries today and not the standard Diablo 3 mod because Dawn of Masteries like added some Titan Quest mobs here and there. I thought it's actually gonna be more. I haven't seen like that many so far, but I just wanted to like check them out from like a modder's perspective. They have been rather questionable so far, to be honest, because of probably like some bugs that need to be fixed. Regular Grim Dawn has plenty of cheat deaths, yeah. I mean, you know Mark of Divinity, right? The item, the medal, that makes you like invulnerable whenever you like drop low. Many of the D3 classes have pretty much something like that as a like as a passive. The wizard actually doesn't have it. The wizard only has basically something like resilience. Wait, no, what does this even... Oh, this is 10-second recharge. Just like gives you 5% DA and that's it. This does like nothing. Like defensively really. It's only 5% DA for 5 seconds. And it does have like no cooldown. It's kind of like Arcane Will, right? If you it's kind of like this. From Arcanist. It's kind of like Arcane Will, in a way. That's really bad. I mean, it's kind of like Arcane Will. Does it triple your damage? Nah, it's just additive, right? That's 200% additive. I'm pretty sure. Unless it's actually like total damage modified. But I'm pretty sure it's not. Like, total damage modified would be... I mean, then the number would be, like, way too high, obviously. But it's just all damage. So, like, 200% is, like... I mean, it's, like, good at, like, around, like, level 50 or whenever you would be able to, like, max this out. But in the end, like, ultimately, it's just not good, right? Like, it's not worth maxing out the skill just to get that. Like, it's not. So it's just garbage. I mean, it's not, like, total garbage, but yeah, it's pretty bad. It should have restored health at least. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have the immunity that the others have, but it should at least have like some health restored then maybe. Like, the Necromancers is like ridiculous. I mean, they're all like ridiculous, right? 3-second duration, 100% absorption. Like, this is just... Same here, right? Like, all of these are... Or is it awareness? Crusader has indestructible, right? Even 4-second duration, not what the fuck. I mean, these are maybe like old numbers, but still. Barb, where is it from Barb? It's like... Wait, where the fuck is it in Barb? Arp has it like rather early, right? Where is it? Wait, am I blind? Oh, no, it's at the very end. Yeah, I like that. Like balance-wise, I mean, I really told Grimer that like if he wants them to be as they are still, they need at least like a lot higher cooldown, at least as much as like Mark of Divinity has, ideally more, because Mark of Divinity is like an, you know, like a legendary item. But yeah, I wouldn't mind them being maybe a bit more like unique towards each other when it comes to like how they prevent death. Maybe like one has like less duration, the other one has like more duration on the absorption, or like one has only like 50% absorption, the other one has like, or like you have 50% at like level 1 and you like put up all this way to soft cap to like give it 100% absorption, something like that. Or like one has like a heal, the other one has like insane regen instead of a heal, which ultimately like maybe heals the same amount but like over time instead of like instantly. Stuff like that, you know. And like the ones that give you like CC resistances on top should have like maybe less healing or like less duration on the invulnerability and so on. But yeah. What the fuck is this? No idea. Some random like... What does it even look? These are just shoes, like literal shoes. No, it looks like the character's wearing shit. It's like shoes that like somebody else like shat on, right? Yeah, it's like there were like nice leather shoes, but like someone else like shat on the shoes, right? Or maybe it's just like terrible texture, I don't know. Soul trousers ran down the leg. Just an old Grim Dawn patch? These shoes, you mean? I mean, the shoes are like from one of the other like mastery, like plus to shadowless kick. That might be some, you know, like some Zenith or NCFF class, I have no idea. Something there. The legs as well. The Slith scale leg wraps. I mean... What game are these from? I have no idea. Might be just like custom made. As they're from FIFA 2019. Zenith is an NFT game. What do we have here? Rip hook. It is certainly an item. It is an item, right? It is an item. Zenith is Xenos mod? Zenith? Champion, Elementalist, Necrotic, Outrider, Riftstalker, Terror Knight. How good are Dawn of Mastery skill trees compared to Reign of Terror ones? I think the ones for the D3 classes are better than the Reign of Terror ones. The other ones, I have no idea. Sorry. The D2 ones are terrible, are they really? I mean, they have a different balance. Let's call it that. They have a different balance. Flails were a failure, they don't bounce. The Diablo 2 classes are like Diablo 2 classes from Diablo 2, so they don't work in a Grim Dawn environment. Yeah. I mean, they work for Reign of Terror mod, I guess, because Reign of Terror has like different scaling and like everything different. Yeah, I don't believe they work like well for base Grim Dawn. Whereas the Diablo 3 classes are generally a lot better like balanced around like base Grim Dawn. There are hand crossbows though. I mean, there are also hand crossbows in Season 4. Just saying. But yeah, hand crossbows are like pretty easy to make, honestly, right? Like, you just... like, they work basically already with like the pistol template. More or less. I mean, pretty well actually already. I assume you just use the pistol templates for hand crossbows as well. Maybe you didn't actually, I don't know. I haven't checked them out yet. But I would assume so. ROT itemization would break vanilla alone. Yeah, it's just different, right? Wait, how did you make hand crossbows? Did you make them more professional? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I should check out yours then, I guess. It's the same, right? Like, just you use you use a pistol template and you just like put a Grim Dawn crossbow mesh into the file instead. And you like scale down the size maybe of the mesh a bit to make it like fit for one-hander. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that's the same as I did. 2 idiots, 1 brain cell, yep. With D3 shot sound though? Oh. Nah, I just used the Grim Dawn crossbow shot sound. Right. Does it work or look mediocre? It works actually, like, I mean it depends, like for some items it doesn't work, for some it works. For one-handed crossbows I think it works pretty well. Undertaker's Claw, where is it? +1 to Nether Shield. Yo, this is... this is when you realize that these kind of items for these kind of classes must have been made like back when Grim Dawn 1.0 was a thing, right? These seem from like Grim Dawn beta or something like that, like pre-release Grim Dawn, right? Good item. Yeah, of course you're gonna like it. Right? It's like 13 cold damage, 13 vitality damage, 8 cold resistance, +1 to Nether Shield. It's like, pretty much, that's a blue epic item, right? This is like literally worse than pretty much like any yellow item in Grim Dawn in 2023, right? I think even like back in the Grim Dawn 1.0 days, this would have been like a trash item. General Tandoliga. +0 to anything. Good item, right, Naomi? You like this one? You like this one too? Has +0 to any skill. That item is very useful for 1.0. Copium. Blues are still trash nowadays? I mean, in a way they are, yeah. Depends on the slot a bit, but yeah. They aren't that good generally. Steel Mage would use it? Yeah. I guess so. It's blue bad chest? Yeah, true. It didn't hide the blues. Monka. Taking damage. Monka, Monka. +1 all skills to Storm. Dude, what is this, man? Titan quest components are cringe, at least in this game. Oh, that's a well-sized bubble. This one, yeah. It's honestly really fucking cool. I am a hairy wizard. I mean, what?
See anything you like?
By the way, I can just like stop playing this character in Dawn of Masteries and like put him over to D3, right? To the D3 mod. I might lose this helmet. Yeah, I mean I can just do that, right?
Put it to good use.
I mean I'm gonna lose this helmet, but other than that, I like all the D3 components, of course. I mean the non-D3 components.
Got something you need stashed?
Because I mean honestly, this is... I mean I need a helmet first though, what am I doing? I kinda don't wanna run around without a helmet. To be fair, this helmet has no resistances though. I was only playing this and like being hyped for, you know, Titan Quest mobs, but there was not a single Titan Quest mob like in the last area. Maybe there's some more in the new, like, I don't know.
I am told that I could, when the Legion was forced to abandon. I've already.
You're here with a...
And this might be a good point to switch mods, honestly. Right here. Just finished Act 1 to 3. Go sweeping wind. Go to Ninja Mar. Go praise the gods in Ninja Mar. Yep. New mobs in Ninja Mar, really? I don't think so, actually. Nidimar actually doesn't have new mobs. It's like the one thing the mod doesn't have. The Diablo mobs? I mean, in the one dungeon, yeah. But that's it. It's like just the bosses. Which the Diablo 3 mod also does. Like also has. Well, in the Shadow Realm at least.
May the light.
I didn't kill Bolvar, Nani? Well. Alright, I will probably just like make a short cut here then for the U to the tube. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll be back with this character on the standard D3 mod.